pronunciation before. Right, that's good. How about bicentennial? Right, so bicentennial was our name. We were organized. Goes from a story in Yorktown, Virginia, and about 4,000 people, 26 rode across, not all together, groups and pods, but it was an event, and state and local agencies at the interest of these routes. First, I just kind of wanted to introduce you to. We are the Bicycle Travel Experts app that I. This will be available to. Typically, don't put the forest BLM link. Don't normally show the intersection.
It's not muted now, but I still don't hear anything.
I think we have Guy on with us. We hear him.
Oh, you know. Oh. Okay, you can hear me now at the meeting?
Let me see.
Interesting.
Yes.
How about now? Wait, run it by me again about the mic.
We can hear you.
Really? How can you hear me? I don't have my mic turned on. Yeah. That sounds good. Then we're working. All right. Can somebody talk so I can? Okay, thanks. You guys hear me?
Been sitting there. The agenda helps keep. The life of the maps is about 3. The maps break up into smaller sections. Transamerica Bicycle miles. There's about 13 maps, and then as you can see, it breaks it down into smaller segments. On the back, you also. And so on. Attach it to that map. Some of our routes, like the Lewis and Clark, has an actual interpretive Okay. Actually has an interpretive guide that goes with the maps that we have developed. The Great Divide Mountain Bike Route also has a book that goes along with it. So I don't know that. Oh, is this for the people on the phone? Yeah. Okay. So so that's a little bit about our maps. We do a lot more than maps. So yeah. 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 Right. I just didn't have time to get you on there. I'm actually the son in ecology that wants to be a fish wildlife manager, so yeah. And in Montana, of course, we have lots of. Yeah. Yeah. Trust me. We've worked with AASHTO for about 6 years. Well, we work on a task force. So it is, the U.S. Bicycle Route System is considered an AASHTO project that we facilitate. So there's an AASHTO task force on U.S. bicycle routes. That task force developed criteria. That's all part of the presentation if we ever get it pulled up. Yeah. Oh, it is. Fabulous. That's because we haven't mapped it. But it's part of the U.S. Bicycle Route Corridor Plan. Oh, yes. Yeah, so this is just our network, and the U.S. Bicycle Route System is the country's network that will be developed over time. It's the public network. Those are mapped by us. They have no necessary buy-in from public agencies, public land managers, state agencies, local agencies. They're public thoroughways, and we map them as such. Right. We work with trail managers as well. Yep. For the U.S. Bike Route System. So, and that's really one of the, you're kind of hopping ahead, but that's okay. No, that's okay. I need to be able to, where do you want me to be here?
Do you want to tell me?
Oh, why don't I just do it, if you don't mind? Because I'm going to flip through a lot of these slides. Okay, so we're located in Missoula, Montana, and that's because our founders, have any of you heard of Dan Burden? He's one of our co-founders, right? So he and his wife and another couple, Greg and June Seipel, were the ones that came up with the concept of Bike Centennial as they were riding their bikes from Alaska to Argentina. And yes, I know, Hemistour. And they came to Missoula because Liz and Dan owned a home in Missoula, and that's why our national headquarters are in Missoula, Montana. It's a fabulous quality of life. I have access to open space and public lands right out my back door. I truly value public spaces, very, very much to the core of my being, because I use them all the time and I treat them with a great amount of respect. And we've fostered that in Missoula very well. So I think that it's a great place for a national bike travel organization to be located. But it means having to fly to DC a lot, which is also fun. So I've already given you kind of some of this list. We are a nonprofit. Our mission is to inspire people to travel by bicycle, really to connect to lands and people and places across this great country. I was just recently watching a video, and this gal from Oregon who did an economic impact research study as part of her graduate work on the Transamerica Trail. In the interview, she said, I was never proud to be an American before. And when I rode the Transamerica Bicycle Trail and I met the people and I experienced the landscapes, I was so proud to be an American. And it was a transforming experience for her. She's, the Generation Y factor, trying to engage people her age back into our communities and our country. And that really transformed her, and that really spoke to me as well. Probably speaks to you. We have about 30 staff. We have hundreds of volunteers. So there's Bicentennial in 1976. There's some folks riding across the country. There's our maps. So I'm going to flip through all of this. You have the map. We provide an excellent travel magazine called Adventure Cyclist. It isn't about us, so to speak. It's about bike travel experiences across the world. We have 44,700 members worldwide. We're the largest bicycling nonprofit in North America. We also sell gear, and I brought a Cyclosaurus. The gear is specifically tailored for people who want to travel by bicycle, whether it's dirt or road. And we do sell some jerseys and things like that, lights, but we try not to compete with the local bike shop owners. We really try to hone in on what people that are bike touring need. And the reason why we started down that was because through the years, bike shops, now you can go into a bike shop and get a pannier, but for 20 years, you had to order them, and it wasn't easy to find them. So we filled that niche, and we continue to do so. People come back to us and order their gear through us because of our nonprofit mission. We don't discount it. It's not a great deal. We're not into that. It's just supplying the need. So, and please, I have some sample magazines and on breaks and stuff. Take a look at them. We also provide bike tours. Our experience is that we needed to give people the opportunity to experience bike travel. So our model is we try to do low-key, mostly camping. People can stay in hotels if it's a supported trip. That's kind of our entry level, our supported trips, and then we also provide the long cross-country self-contained trips, and then we kind of provide now a hybrid between the two. Our demographic is growing older, and so they want more comfort. So we're providing a little bit of end-to-end. We're providing cross-country trips where they're camping, but a van is hauling their gear so that they don't have to put 80 pounds on their bike. And that seems to be working pretty well. We only allow 15 people on those self-contained cross-country trips. We keep them really small. We're all about the dynamic of the group and getting them to feel empowered by the experience. The other thing that we do is leadership and education. So leadership and education, we do 3 or 4 of those across the country, and they're to empower people to either organize their own bike tours or become leaders for us, tour leaders for us, or if they want to go out and do this on their own someday, they feel like they have the knowledge and the skills to go out and cross the country on their bicycle. So I just kind of I didn't have time to throw up any of the public land, but you can kind of get an idea of where the tours go. And this was 2010. They change every year. So I threw a list of next year's tours up there so you could kind of see. You can see we love public lands. We love national parks. We love going through forested areas. When we do tours, we go through all the permitting process. That is one of the discussions I hope to have with you, because permitting in national parks is pretty basic. We got that down. Permitting with the Forest Service can be a little bit more interesting. Finding who to permit with is usually the hardest part. So we can talk about that a little bit later. Does anybody have any questions? That's a great question, actually, that came up yesterday with the National Park Service. We have about 1,000 people, and I'm rounding up, that take our tours per year, whatever kind of tour and whatever kind of scale that is. We sell about 30,000 maps per year. Now that's individual maps. So, 13 is the Trans-American. About 30,000. We don't track the number of people that are actually out there riding. There's no way for us to do that. You can't sit at a pinch point on a bridge and count, the entire summer. So we do best guesses through, we partner with the Virginia Bike Federation, and they put rosters up at some of the endpoints Transamerica Trail, and they have people sign in, and they pull those numbers for us, and then we count the visitors in our office. And last summer we got about 1,100 visitors come through our office. Two of our routes lie on Missoula lies on two of our routes, Lewis and Clark Bicycle Trail and the Transamerica Bicycle Trail. For both those, well, for the Trans Am, it's a spur to get into Missoula, so we miss some people. So 40,000 mapped miles of bicycle routes, we know the count on at least one, and we figure that, about 800, 900 people ride the Trans Am.
30,000.
Mm-hmm.
And they're horrible that they're passed down.
Yeah.
Probably people out there.
Yep.
So.
It's interesting how we hear stories about how somebody will come in and say, oh yeah, I didn't even know you guys existed, and I was out on this road and this guy handed me this map and said, you need this. And that's how I ended up in Missoula. It's really common. So yeah, they get passed down from generation to generation. We just have no way of knowing how, and that map could sit in somebody's cupboard, or it could get passed down, or in some cases, charity rides, group rides, 15, 20 people could be using one map. So that's one of those question marks that lingers out there for us. And you can see we have tours in the Grand Canyon. We have tours in Alaska. Does anybody know where this is? C&L Canal, Great Allegheny Passage is one of our most popular tours. Most popular. That's my son and I on Glenwood Canyon bike trail. Fabulous, fabulous bike trail. A little flooded out right now. We have an 800-page website, so we really try to provide as much information to people out there that want to do this as possible. Along with that, we blog, we have Facebook, we tweet. We're trying to engage that younger generation, as well as us oldies that like to use social networking too. It's been extremely successful for us. We're really engaging new people. The U.S. Bicycle Route System especially has really caught the interest of people, and we have over 19,000 likes on Facebook now that follow us. They're very engaged and active. In fact, they're probably wondering what I'm doing right now. Why haven't I posted anything? So let's talk a little bit about why people travel by bicycle, and I bet that brings up a lot of questions for you, but we think it's the smart thing to do, but it still doesn't get very much respect. Just really doesn't. And there's a lot of reasons why. We're kind of the unseen people out there. Until I told my parents that I was working at Adventure Cycling, they had no idea that people actually went out on their bike and spent multiple nights. And now, because their ranch is right on the Lewis and Clark Trail, my mom sees them all the time. It's just amazing. So here's a few reasons why people do it. I think the really core of it is people are in transition. A lot of times they're moving from a working life to a retired life, and they need something to mark that milestone. They've lost their job and they're moving across the country, and they want something to mark that momentous occasion, I guess. Kids graduating from college before they go to grad school, or they're out of grad school and they don't want to know what they want to do. I would say it's a really interesting group of people that we see come through our office. 55 to 75-year-olds and 20 to 30-year-olds. Those are really the core of the folks that we see. So what does that mean? I'll talk about how we're attracting that middle group. The kind of the core spenders, how we're attracting those to adventure cycling in a minute. Let's talk about some trends. We're really seeing that in tourism, people want an authentic experience. They want to really engage in their vacations, and they want it to be an active vacation. Health is of our utmost concern with our aging demographic, I think, of people, and they want to be healthy and fit in their retirement years. So you're seeing a lot of growth in this area. We have one of our board members is a travel market expert, and he's talking about how the getting out of the bus is really going to be what you're seeing the next wave of travelers. They aren't going to want to be in a bus. They're going to want to experience their vacation in a much different way, more interactive, more on the ground, more hands-on. This is our demographic. This is a gentleman in Boston that I went to visit, and interestingly enough, and I'll let you read this, our development director told us last week that 1 in 4 of our members is a doctor. So, yeah, 1 in 4. I was like, really? That is interesting. Well, and somebody yesterday at the Park Service said, yeah, and 2 in 4 of those are lawyers. I don't know if that's true or not. He was making it up. But definitely this is the core of our membership. And what we're seeing as we survey our membership is every year, you know, it was 55 white male, and then the next year it's 56 white male, and then the next year. And so we really need, you know, to pull more people in. We love our demographic. It's great. It's helped sustain us. It's helped us grow. But we also need to be thinking about the future. And I think you probably can relate to all that. But it really is, even though it doesn't get any respect, we're starting to make inroads in this. Tourism, bike tourism, we're starting to track. Finally, we're starting to track the economic benefits and the health benefits. Wisconsin did a fabulous economic impact study in their state, and they factored in the health benefits of bicycling as well as the financial gains of their state. For Wisconsin, just out-of-state people coming into bike in Wisconsin was $534 million per year. That's significant money to the state. Quebec has a fabulous the Route Vert system. It's a system that we've worked and modeled some of our work for the U.S. bicycle route system after, and they have tracked their economic benefits. And they see a lot of benefit there. And they've gotten way more involved regionally in a lot of ways that we won't be able to with the U.S. bike route system, at least at this point, with one staff person. But hopefully over the long term. Great Allegheny Passage has done a fabulous economic impact study, tracking how businesses have grown, how they've added employees because of the traffic on the trail. It's been really fabulous. Colorado has tracked their summer bicycling economics. They've put in all the trails that connect each ski area, and then they've tracked that economic benefit, and it's been so it's getting out there. And some of the ways that we're seeing economic, sure. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. It's the Perry Institute did it, yes, and it's on the America Bikes Coalition website. You can get it from that. And I can pull that up maybe if we have internet service here, but it talks about how bike projects generate more jobs per million than roadway projects and generate in community economics. So it employs more local people. Oh, wait, you first.
I was just curious.
Who's doing the studies?
Yeah, because my question was whether the trails have cities have these organized around the Is that what the volunteers?
In some cases, so in Wisconsin, the Wisconsin Bike Federation talked to the university, and the university did that study free. So it was a partnership that the Wisconsin Bike Federation helped pull in, that it was a university-funded study. In the case of the Great Allegheny Passage study, that was a trail group that commissioned, the trail managers commissioned that study. So it really is, it runs the gamut. Yeah, and we're doing our own study this year on map purchasers and what they spend. So we'll be surveying up 3 to 5 years, and we're doing that with the University of Montana. They are doing it as a graduate research project. So I'm going to skip over this, and I'm going to skip over some of these because we're running out of time. But I have to stop here because I think it's fun. So, you know, just the popularity surging in bicycling and bicycle travel. And I think it's there's a combination of reasons why it's surging in popularity. I talked about the aging demographic, the tourism trends, wanting to be healthier and fitter, wanting to economize. And we've got this big influx, as you've seen in DC and many other communities, of the bike commuter growing. When people do bike tours, they feel the latitude of being able to eat some fun stuff. I didn't talk about the heart and the soul of bike travel, and I did talk a little bit about the transformation, but people really get generous with other people when they're on a bicycle. When they're not surrounded by steel, they're so much more approachable. And people are when you're on a bicycle, you're so much more not at risk, but you're at the mercy of the elements and the communities that you go through. And so you're less, you hold back less, and you ask more questions, and you engage more readily with your community. And so that is what I think was transforming about the Generation Y gal that was interviewed. She had never gotten out of her car to talk to people, but when she was on this bike ride, she was in small communities. She had to ask for help. People were offering help to her when she didn't even need it. That's the kind of stories that we hear, the generosity of the communities, the generosity of other bicyclists. In this case, this gentleman was riding across the country. He and his best friend had always dreamed about riding the Trans-American Bicycle Trail since they were little kids. I don't know what sparked that interest. I don't know. But he lost his best friend to cystic fibrosis before they could do the trip. So he rode this tandem in honor of his friend. And he just did it to kind of make a statement to himself more than anything. But as he would ride through communities, people would say, "Why are you riding without someone on the back?" And he would tell them his story, that he was doing this trip in honor of his friend. And they would jump on and they would ride with him. Some people rode for days. Some people rode for an hour. Some people just rode through town. But it was a way for them to latch on and have empathy for his friend and his situation. So it's I get kind of caught up in that story. There's so many I could tell you, but, and of course with trips like this, there's a huge sense of accomplishment when you complete something like this. Although I think it's more about the journey than it is sometimes. But how are we going to grow forward? In talking to, we're forming hopefully a national memorandum of understanding with the National Park Service. And I was meeting with Recreational Trails Assistance, Conservation Assistance Program managers yesterday in your office, and kind of reaching out and talking about what should be in this national MOU. And we recognize that we share a lot of commonalities in what we're trying to do and what public land managers and the National Park Service in particular want to re-engage people into the landscapes and transform them to become lifelong park users, lifelong stewards of the land and conservationists. And so how do we do that? And how do we diversify? And all those lead to a lot of questions that I hope to have a few minutes to discuss with you. Before I jump into that, though, some of the ways that we try to propel bike travel is through advocacy. We're not the League of American Bicyclists. We really focus only on the areas of bike travel. in our advocacy, one of our concerns is the growing number of rumble strips that are popping up on 2-lane roadways all over the country, and it's federal highways, silver bullet to distracted driving, run off the road crashes. We're working very hard with the Federal Highway Administration on their new technical guidance. They released one in May. We called it to their attention with the League and other national bicycling groups, some of the problems with the TA. They took us seriously, and they're revising. They pulled the TA off, and they're revising it to be more accommodating, more thoughtful to the needs and the safety of bicyclists. And we really appreciate that collaboration with Federal Highways. We belong to America Bikes, who commissioned that study on how roadway projects versus bike facility projects measure up in economics. And, you know, we're very concerned. The federal highway bill is probably going to go up for vote today, and we've heard there's going to be an amendment that strips transportation enhancements out of the extension, and we're very concerned about that, and we've been working really hard with America Bikes to make sure that that 20-year program doesn't go away. We love Ray LaHood. He's been fabulous for bicycling and the bicycle community. He empowered us through his policy that he did in March of 2008 or 9, right? Where he said, you know, bicycling and walkers, they are equal modes of transportation. And we've been able to use that policy when we're talking to Federal Highways about rumble strips and when we're talking to state agencies about certain projects. We've been able to use that policy. It's been really helpful to the bicycling community. And he's a good listener, and he's a good measure of what is important. And he's very concerned about distracted driving. I'm going to skip by this. This is just about how we're branding our routes. This is more about engaging our young people, and we want to do more there. We have a program called Pedal Pioneers, which teaches adults how to take kids on trips. We work on cultural routes like Lewis and Clark Bicycle Trail, and now we've done a number of things for the Underground Railroad bicycle route, and we partnered with the Network to Freedom, which is a National Park Service entity, to do this route and to be very respectful of the cultural significance of this route. Part of that was to try to engage a new demographic into bicycling and bike travel, making it culturally relevant, being very careful but also very celebratory about what the Underground Railroad, it was communities coming together to safeguard other people, other humans along this conceived many routes, and we did one symbolic route. I mentioned that we're missing that sector of the population that's like maybe parents, maybe the number one spender out there, and that is the way we're going to engage those folks, is to make bike travel accessible. So what we're doing is we've developed a website called Bike Overnights, and it talks about how you can go from your front door out to a state park or to a wildlife refuge, or which we have right out our back door. It's just a night away. We could go out and camp at the wildlife refuge down the Bitterroot and come back. How to get people to take that gateway drug, so to speak, and get out for a night or two over a weekend without expending a lot of energy and time, significant amounts like the 3 months it might. We're also trying to engage that kind of hip, new, adventurous folk out there, the people that do those crazy rides on dirt, and they do, this 4,000-mile Great Divide route in 17 days. It's just crazy, but going light is one of the new ways. It's in backpacking, it's in bike packing, and so we've got a new line, and we're really trying to engage those kind of adventurous people with some. We'll probably do some new dirt routes coming up, some loops, and they'll probably be on public lands almost entirely. So Very key. Now I need to get to this, because you're going to have a lot of questions. The Adventure Cycling Route Network is just a maps network. We haven't asked any of your permission to use your roads for the most part. And in some cases, we have. When we do tours on public lands, we do the permitting process. Always. So, but the U.S. Bicycle Route System is, we've called it in the past our gift to the nation. It started out in the 70s when the Transamerica Trail was first started in 1976. I'm going to skip through all this. These are the other national networks that exist out there that we've looked at and trying to mentor under. So just really quick, I'll go back. The Route Vert system. Go back. The National Cycle Network in England, which you can see has grown tremendously, and trips go up. Safety goes up as the trips go up, by the way. Eurovelo, which connects into the National Cycle Network, they have a really great sign system. It tells you where to go, and if you're on the international route within the National Cycle Network. So here's the National Cycle Network signs, and then there is your international route. You're on the North Sea route. So that's how they've connected Europe. Oh, the U.S. So here's those two routes that I talked about earlier. These were designated in 1982 as interstate bike routes by AASHTO. Then nothing happened. It died. We became more interested in mapping great routes than working with agencies. It was cumbersome. It just didn't seem like the right way to go for us. But it was reborn because as these networks were flourishing and ridership and buy-in were growing in other countries, our members were coming to us and saying, why aren't your routes signed? Why do people and communities along these routes not know that they're a part of this route? We don't understand. And so we really realized that we needed to do a lot more outreach, and we needed to really get the buy-in of the communities and the public land managers that our routes intersect. How are we going to do that? Well, yeah, the U.S. Bicycle Route System, which we were a part of 20 years ago. Let's talk to Federal Highways, AASHTO, see if we can reboot that. So AASHTO formed a task force. And they were like, we don't know where to start with this. We're not bicycle experts. You guys are. So we came up with a vision. I was not on board at this time. This was a vision that was created by the task force chair, who's with the Arizona Department of Transportation. The first task was to do an inventory of bike routes that lived out there, or proposed bike routes that lived out there. So we went state by state, trail by trail, but we only looked at long trails. And then we created a national corridor plan, which you really might be hard to see this. So we went from this really dense network to prioritizing routes so that we could start to see how to number them and how they might lay out. Then we numbered them. I mean, this took 4 years because I was going to AASHTO meetings, talking to them, working with states to collect the data, changing the corridors. You'll see more here. Would you mind passing a few of these down, and maybe people could share those? There's a corridor map in this. The corridor plan is a plan for states to start talking about, and when I say states, I mean collectively people within a state, to start talking about where a route they might want to take a route, and then also for them to communicate across their state lines. One of the reasons why no routes were developed after 1982 is states stopped talking to each other. They started concentrating only within their state. So you saw bicycle routes that went around the perimeter of a state and never connected across the state line. So that kind of communication needed to be fostered. The data needed to be gathered. The corridor plan is a living, breathing document. It did not stop when AASHTO Board of Directors approved it. It changes as local interests looks at it and says, that route shouldn't go there, that route should go here, it should follow along this river valley, or it should go through this town, or it really needs to connect this city, not this city, because that's where the transportation hub is. We developed criteria, and now we've further offered a refinement of that criteria by working with some of the state agencies and their grassroots partners. So Florida had to develop a state DOT policy in order for them to pursue U.S. bicycle route designation. So in order to do that, their DOT wanted them to develop clear criteria about what those were. Florida has now offered that to the rest of the country to use as criteria for themselves. The AASHTO model is let the states decide what's important to them and govern this the way they want it governed. We come in almost like a technical assistance center, and we say, look, these are the tools that are available to you. How can we help you develop this route and make it the best possible route possible? Who can we engage? Who do we have to engage? Who should we engage? Who are the stakeholders in this process? Every community along a route needs to provide, usually for a state agency to nominate a route for designation, they require some kind of agreement with that local agency if that local agency manages the roads. So in that case, it might be a resolution of support, it might be a memorandum of understanding, but there's buy-in from the land or the road manager or the trail manager, and then the state nominates it, sends it to AASHTO. AASHTO's not approving the route. They're not. That's for the DOT to decide if it's appropriate for bicycling or not. AASHTO is simply assigning a route number and saying, yes, all the necessary paperwork has been done. Does that help? This is just important really quick. I know we're at our time. And oh, we do? Oh, good. Okay, yes, but we need 15 minutes probably. So just let me add that it is not required by AASHTO that these routes get signed, but in the long run, it is all of it's AASHTO, Adventure Cycling, our members, bike travel public, that these routes get signed. AASHTO didn't want to put a requirement because they knew that signing is a financial commitment and an additional agreement requirement for some communities and some agencies. And so they wanted to back off from that, but we're trying to help the grassroots and the state agencies figure out how to pay for those signs and put those signs up. So in those packets that I sent around, and maybe you can share, you can see the National Corridor Plan. Last spring, we had Michigan, a new route in Michigan, a new route between Maine and New Hampshire, US Bike Route 1, US Bike Route 20 in Michigan, and 6 routes approved in Alaska. So you can see those are where, in the spring of this year, I expect probably 4 to 6 more new routes. So that kind of pretty much sums up what the US Bicycle Route System is. One additional addenda to the way our network and the US Bicycle Route System work together and work differently. The Adventure Cycling Route Network is stitched into the National Corridor Plan, but it's not set in stone that that is where the route that is designated by AASHTO will actually be. We want to work with the locals and change our route if it is an improvement especially. But if it's just as good and they want to change it because they have a trail they want to show off, or they have bike lanes going in or something like that, that's good. And the other thing that's really helpful to this is we're building an army of volunteers that care about these routes. Almost all the states that are implementing are using volunteers. They're not using agency people to do this work. They're using volunteers. And so those people belong in that community, and they're taking ownership over those routes, and they're helping the agency, and they're helping us, and they're helping bike travelers in that way. Yes? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, we can do that like tomorrow. Yeah. Just didn't get it done, but yeah, that's great. Did you note that for me? Yes. So, oh, thank you. So I don't lose that in the shuffle. So other questions or discussions? No. You know, we provided Pedal Pioneers to a lot of folks, the scouts, the home educators. What is that association where they keep the kids at home to school? We've done a lot of outreach. What we really are looking at targeting are less the younger kids now and trying to get more the college age through some of the college programs. Because they're independent travelers and they have the time, and it's so inexpensive. You can do this so shoestring. So we really, we have Pedal Pioneers. It's been a good model. It's kind of, teach the adult how to do this. There's a lot of things to consider. We collaborated with the Boy Scouts and a lot of youth groups to create that guide. But at this point, we have that one thing, and we see working with college campuses to kind of be the next thing that we're looking at doing. So I just threw these things up as kind of maybe some considerations that might bring some question marks to your mind, or something that you want to talk about or discuss a little further. Yeah, Adam. Well, I think that, we've just started down the path of actually doing some outreach, so it's really an undiscovered territory. But, I know a lot of people that travel on bicycles stop in at the Forest Service offices when they come upon them on the route. We do a much better job about working with the Forest Service and some of the other land managers like Fish Wildlife about helping them know that they're on a route and what cyclists need. We have a section on our website that's how to be a bike travel friendly community or business. Understanding that everything that they own is on their bike and they need a safe place to put that bike while they're going through the interpretive center. That's really, that's like the number one what we hear. Having a bike pump available is having water that you're willing to give them. Some of those things are just so simple, and yet they're so important. I'm kind of skewing your question, but I think there's a lot of ways that we could do better, and I haven't explored all of them. Do you have other things along that line that kind of works? Yeah. Yeah, and you don't want to, part of it is you don't want people to be on land that they're not supposed to be on, right? You don't want them trespassing, but there's a little desperation there sometimes. You had a question or comment?
What about particularly? I've actually ridden the sea. I was there was, once we,
Yeah,
Amtrak wouldn't,
yeah.
so, my first question is, how food can help encourage or support?
Great. So 2 questions there. So don't let me forget the second one because that's really key. Amtrak, airlines, they've really, really been difficult for us to engage. Amtrak has especially been difficult. They had a bike policy that nobody knew about. And so finally, they've come out and done a statement about what their bike policy is for all their stations. They cleared that up a little bit, at least there. Now they're starting to provide more bike roll-on, roll-off services on some of their lines, particularly where you're talking about between DC and Pittsburgh, because they've seen so many people ride that trail. They're now starting to provide trains that you can put your bicycle on. I don't think it's roll-on, roll-off yet. It might be. I'll have to clarify that. But California, they're getting a lot more trains that allow roll-on, roll-off. It's incremental. And we haven't found the silver bullet that opens Amtrak's eyes to providing more services for cyclists and people that want to use alternative transportation. It's just, they keep chipping. Buses have been, inner city buses, they're pretty good, except when you have the fully loaded bike, and how do you do that? Inner city bikes, the city stuff we really try to rely upon, the local coalitions, the city groups to really work on that. The national bus services, we've actually formed like a little collaboration with them. We're working with them on the bike tourism sector and trying to get them more accommodating to carry bikes. So that we found some good people to work with in the bus association. That's been helpful. Airlines, some airlines now allow they allow bikes on for free, just like they would golf clubs and those other things. And what the bike community nationally has done is use Frontier. Use Frontier. If you have a choice, use Frontier. So we're promoting that and hoping that that light being shined on a good airline will start transferring to other airlines. Because again, it's like Amtrak chipping away, and they're like, well, we can charge $300 for your bike one way if we want. We can do what we want. So your second part.
Here, thinking. Pavement.
That's a really good point. Well, we talk about it on our maps for the U.S. bicycle route system. That's a really good question. How we're going to communicate between how you get from the airline on your bike to either the urban network, or how you get to the trail, or how you get to the state park. Those connections have to be done at the grassroots level through how they communicate the information on the maps. Yeah. They have to do the research at this point. But that's a really good question. Hold on. What was the second?
Second question was, is as public lands.
Let's come back to that, because I had an answer and now it's... No, that's okay. I got caught up in the whole Amtrak airline bus and all of that. Yeah.
transit.
Yeah.
Now also.
Mm. Just so you're aware, there's a lot of national bicycle groups that really focus on how, as well as they work with their city MPOs and they work with their transit locally to figure out, bike parking, adding racks to buses, all those kind of connection points. And we keep aware of those and we try to facilitate information to the bike travel public about those, but that is not our area of expertise. It's more in the urban sector, and those are the bike coalitions. Jeff Miller is the executive director of the Alliance for Biking and Walking. He's on our board. And so those local bike coalitions, the city, state, and regional level, really focus in on those areas and they've really been able to do a lot of work. Yeah. 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 Mm-hmm. One of the things that some of the state parks have done is to never turn someone on foot or on bike away from camping on so even if they're a full campground at a state park, they'll never turn someone away. I mean, when you're on bike or on foot, to be denied a place to sleep is, where are you going to go? 10 miles on foot, 10 miles by bike is a long detour. And it might be 30 miles or 15 miles up a hill to the next campground. So some of those things, you experience that?
Oh, I heard for people.
I think you had a question. Yeah, we're working with some national scenic byways with US Bike Routes. Not an adventure cycling route network necessarily, but Route 66 is designated as a scenic byway in some states like Illinois, and so we're going to partner with them. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Scenic byways. Yeah, I've spoken at Scenic Byways conferences. We had the past I don't know what his title is, Director of Scenic Byways, come in and talk to us about how this could model or work like a scenic byway. We actually had language in Oberstar's transportation bill that mimicked the scenic byway language for a funded U.S. bicycle route system. Of course, that's long gone, but absolutely, yeah, I blogged about it. Yep. So again, Army of Volunteers implementing the U.S. bicycle route system. If those Army of Volunteers want to marry up with the scenic byway because it's a bike the byway kind of scenic byway, then that's going to work really well. I'm not going to prescribe that because this is the country's system, but definitely want to work with the scenic byway folks. especially since they've been doing such good work to improve and enhance those scenic byways for alternative transportation in some cases. Yes. A U.S. bike route? Yeah, a U.S. bike route. There's no requirement for, I mean, the criteria says we like a route to look like this. We like it to either have a bike lane, you know, have some kind of, it basically says, you know, it's either on something that has shoulder or a bike lane, or it's on a low traffic road. Most desirable is that it has, you're taking the most direct route, you're taking the less hilly route, you're taking the less curvaceous route. But in some cases, you have to take the hilly route. You have to take the mountain pass. You have to take the curvy road because that's all that's available between these 2 points of destination. The facility question is a very urban kind of question. When you're out on a lot of these roads, they're so low traffic that you don't need a shoulder. Well, we would love to have a shoulder on every road for cyclists. Let's just be clear. But it's not going to happen right away or my lifetime. But when you're getting into the urban areas, then it becomes really kind of paramount that we use good urban network design to be part of the U.S. bicycle route system. So when the U.S. bicycle route system goes through Washington, D.C., we'll be on facilities as much as we can. And we're working with Jim Sebastian, and we're working with Maryland and Delaware on U.S. Bike Route 1 to connect in. And U.S. Bike Route 1 through Virginia, though it was designated in 1982, they've been working to update that route over the last few years and put it on roads with facilities on them. So bike lanes and that. The city or the counties and the state have been working really hard to move the route now that it's really urbanized, U.S. Bike Route 1, and they need to make changes to it. It's been 20 years since that route was designated. Did that answer your question a little bit? Okay. Yeah, thanks you guys. One invitation, I'm going to pass out my business card, and I'm sure we have a lot to talk to you about per agency. So we would like to invite you to have a conversation with me over the phone. And we can talk about specific questions that you might have. I would really love to talk with the Forest Service representatives about permitting. We want to fill the permits out. How can we make that an easier process for you and us? And so on. So I invite you to talk to me offline. Yeah, I'm going to be here all day. Thanks for cutting me. Yeah.
Well, I was going to just do a couple housekeeping items, since we had a few technical difficulties this morning. So again, thanks so much, Jenny, for joining. Thanks, Adam, for connecting. And I just want to remind everybody the restroom is across past the elevators and to the left, and you have to grab a key over here. So we are going to take a break until 10:30. Everybody ordered lunch, right? Okay, great. So we'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll see you back 10:30. Thanks. Today, so that people on the web can see us in the room, so they know who's talking. So you're on candid camera. And I think Michael Wackerly joined us. I don't know if he can say hi at the moment, but he is logged into the webinar. So Michael Wackerly from Start Bus System in Jackson, Wyoming is with us as well. And we will turn it over to Jamie now to show you some map information.
we're going to talk about today is a few of the different maps that we have that we've provided for you. This is the same map that we showed you at the last peer group meeting. We need to have some additional discussion about this map. There's also, today we're going to talk about an ATS map as well. And then we're also coming soon is going to be a map on TripTAC assistance. So a couple different maps that you'll be able to look at. This map is the one that we showed you last time that shows all the transit and parks grants and where they have been provided. The logos, as we talked about last time, are by sponsoring agency, so that you know which agency sponsored the grant. There are more dots on the map than there are trip grants because for each unit that was affected by a grant, it will show up. So the problem that we had last time that I wanted to talk to you guys about is that there are several times when, for instance, the sponsoring agency was Forest Service, but one of the units was also National Park Service. And so that'll be one of the things we discuss today is just to make sure we get that cleared up, that everyone's okay with the way that we're moving forward with it. But the first thing to talk about is what the main purpose of the maps are, what we're trying to get from these maps at first glance, how we can tell the difference between these maps when someone's looking at them. So I want to make sure that we're all clear on that and who's going to be using the maps. If we want to focus the maps more on this group here, more on the public, more on your units, what you'd like to see come from these maps, because how we build them will be based on that. So I want your input as to what you would like to see come out of the maps. And again, there will be 3 of them. The one that shows the transit and parks grants and where they've come from. There will be one that shows where ATS is across the country in all of your units. And then the other one will be where TripTAC has provided assistance. So those are the 3 we're talking about. And so to open up the discussion, what do you guys feel is the main purpose of these 3 maps? And who do you think the biggest users of the 3 maps will be? And they may not be the same. Anybody? Okay. Yes. So. So yes, when you zoom in on these, it tells you who the sponsoring agency is, who the land unit is, and what the year is. And then, so this one, for instance, Sequoia National Park has received several different grants, so they all show up in this bubble. Some of the logos, when you click on them, will just open by themselves. And this will be what you see when there's only one project at a given location. Yes. Okay, so again, there may be collaboration, but it's only going to be the collaboration that was checked off on the TRIP grants themselves. So even if there was, in some cases, there are a lot of different partners and agencies, but unless on the TRIP grant it was actually marked, for instance, So these Inyo and Devil's Post piles are always marked as NPS and Forest Service. That's the only time this will come into play. So, so for instance, this Inyo one for Reds Meadow and Devil's Post pile. So no, it's not telling you right now the multiple units, so we can definitely add that into the pop-up box so you can see us. Yes. So, and this is one of the other things we'll talk about in detail later when we get to the actual map. But on this particular one, the latitudes and longitudes are so close for Inyo and Devil's Post pile that you'll notice that, see behind this Forest Service logo, there's a National Park Service logo, and they can't do separate pop-ups. So when you open it, it's opening both the National Park Service and the Forest Service pop-up at the same time. That's why there's duplicates. So that'll be another thing that we need to see if you have a particular thing you'd like done in that case. Yes. Let me see if I can, hold on, let me see if I can zoom in so it's not catching all of the logos. Yes, so if it's another federal agency, it's going to show up as the USDOT logo, and this one is the Presidio, which is not, it's considered its own federal agency. The Army Corps would also show up as the DOT logo. Anything other than Forest Service, Fish Wildlife, BLM, and NPS will show up as the DOT logo. Okay. So how about the ATS map when we start talking about that one, the one that's going to show where all ATS is across the country? Who do you think the main users of that particular map will be? Is it the same group? I'll show you that one later, yeah. Hold on one second. Go ahead, Jim. What was your comment? Yes, so this particular one right here, the TRIP grant one, all of the executive summaries that have come out of applications that were successful, we have created PDFs of those. We still need to, I still need to make sure that it's all correct and run them by Adam, but the executive summaries for the grants will be attached to this at some point too. We've kind of skipped on. I had moved on to the ATS map, but some of the comments are coming in still about this one that's being shown. So, so the ATS map, what we have right now is that the ATS map would be numbers 1 through 6 plus number 7. That's for the TRIP map. So this map right here is, we're going to talk about this one in detail. Right now there's only 20, we've only fed 20 things into this. This is depicting, rather than depicting by agency, In order to make this one separate, we're trying to depict by mode. And I'll show you the rest of the logos that aren't showing up here in a minute. But we're hoping to get this one to be more by mode than by agent.
So this is a subset of the...
No, not at all. The previous map is just where TRIP grants have been. This particular map is going to be where you guys have identified that ATS exists. So hopefully, all of the TRIP grants, once they've been completed and you've bought your buses, that will then show up in this map, once ATS actually exists. Yes. So that's one of the other things. Let me see if there's one in here that. So here's an example. Had them put in here Cape Cod so that we could see that with multiple. So when you click on, right now the rail and the boat are over top of each other. And so when you open up this bubble again, it's going to show you, there's Adams National Historical Park, which has both road and rail, and then for Cape Cod, we've got water and road. And then when you open these up, it'll give you more information. And whether or not the information in this bubble is what you guys want to see, that's another thing we're going to have to discuss at some point and make sure it's right. Now, to make it less complicated, again, we've only fed 20 points into here right now to make sure that what we're doing is correct and what you want. This is a test site. This is not live. I can get a link to send you. I can't send you this link. This link only we can get to. But I can put it on a different beta site that I can send you. Yeah, this is a test. We don't want to keep populating it until we make sure that we have what you want and that we can adjust things as needed. And that's what we wanted, that's exactly the question I was posing to you, is how would you like this to be set up? Right now, we are providing information. If for instance, here, there are website links on National Park Service to get information about how to actually use this. We hope to include those too, assuming that that's what you want to see, that you want the public going here saying, oh great, there's a shuttle here, I'd like to find out more and get the schedule for it. That can be in here if this is focused at the public. If this is not focused at the public, we may not want to show that piece of information. Only trip projects, yep.
So what's the birth of these projects?
These ones, and this is again, one of the questions I have later on, is there is no Forest Service in here because
These are not previous trip grant proposals.
This is going to be all ATS across the entire country once this is filled in. So the information from National Park Service is coming from a master Excel list that they have provided to us. BLM and Fish Wildlife is coming off of a Volpe report. I need to talk to you guys about how to get your information, or if we can find it for you, or what we need to do to get it for you in order to put this in here.
Where existing shuttles services come from the land. Effectively funded source.
Yes.
So,
This is going to be everything. It's so. Yes. So there. Yep.
So I want to go back to the point of discussion, and then what I'm longing for are building something in a very incremental way.
This is going to be more useful to you, I think, than the other map. The other map will tell you where the trip grants are that you want to know about. This map is going to tell you where all of the ATS in California is, regionally, whether it's you or National Park Service, or so it'll help you find, I think, the information that you're looking
But what I'm saying is that
Oh, yeah.
that actually creates transit zones or whatever we're going to design on a very coarse scale. And that's what I'm saying. And that's why when I come to these meetings and we review and approve these series of grants, proposals that each have their own integrity rates, as I stated, I don't know how to contribute to a larger picture. And so the reason I'm asking Ginny to kind of chime in is when you develop your this map. I mean, that is something you develop on a very kind of schematic way that has some science to it, but generally these are the routes that we're seeking. And at that point, I think then you guys have to go through some sort of priority system to determine where it is that you want to focus your and the resources or partnership context to get this segment done. So my hope is that at some point, even though we've got a number of people or bodies who might be interested in these series of maps, that at some point we think strategically and think schematically at a core scale that says, this is the Rocky Mountain Transit Zone, or this is the, Sierra Transit Zone, and we look at this in aggregate. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So I don't know how to get there. Yeah. The site.
This is getting out of hand. But the ultimate purpose of it. That's the ultimate goes in and out. Bicycle systems and pedestrian. Almost every public land unit has a walking path. All of those beyond this map. Services to or adjacent to public those are managed and owned by all those people.
So to answer your first question about Bike and Ped, also on the list of questions we need to discuss, and obviously we're not going to get through all of this today. I was hoping that this would open a discussion and that we can do this again. But the Bike Ped right now, of the information that you guys are feeding us, that information does not exist. So we can go out and collect that information, and in some cases we have done that. But for instance, Jim, I'm not sure if the only information you want showing up in this map is what you've fed us through the master ATS list, or if we can supplement that with additional stuff. If we can supplement it, who do we get approval from to do that? Okay, so our initial goal is to get everything except non-motorized in here, what we already have. And then we are collecting, Adam, the data for non-motorized, but that all needs to be approved because if we're collecting it, the agencies haven't provided it to us. The other question with non-motorized and trails is where do you draw the line between the recreation trails and the transportation trails? Do you want them all in here? What is it that you guys envision seeing on this map related to ATS, and where do we draw that line between the recreation and the transportation trails? Yeah, so that's one of the other things we have to talk about. And hold on, you had another question other than the non-motorized in it. A separate part of our scope work is to start collecting that information too, and we have done that, and we can either add that into this map, or we can make that a separate map. So that is another thing that we're working on as well. But if you're looking at things more on the scale that Trini wants to look at as this being for planning, you're going to want to know your gateway connections as well, because you're going to want to work with them.
So the question I'm posing is if it's for planning purposes, then the map we're doing right now, it seems as though it's a record. I mean, I don't know what a build-out looks like. And so for me, it's a record of what we have anything else. And that's the question I pose was we want something. What does the final build-out look like? That's the question of the group, because this is just simply a record of the current status. And projects that are funded.
And perhaps you can use it to get to the strategic piece. You need this before, and I think that's what you started with, right? Was a map of everything, and then strategically went through. But it's available to the public. They can get to it. You could get to our website right now. You could get anything you wanted off the website.
Back to what system trade. Major cities in the public land. Point is sketchy.
And when we start doing the strategic thing, that's probably where we're going to go with. But if we have the data to fill the entire United States, why wouldn't you do that? And then strategically do a piece.
I'm sitting. I've been involved in this discussion. Let's see the discussion about what would be useful. I hear Jim saying that this would be useful. Look at the broader picture. What is the most useful thing? Yes, it would be useful to Jim so he could have all kinds of things. Yeah, here it is. Be useful to Laura, who would say she's talking to economy. This is how. These are all things. Yeah, that is a political advantage. I'm thinking of the bigger advantage of the bigger issue of how we encourage people to means of transportation. Instead of serving ourselves, we're going to think about how we can. Well, but maybe somehow they integrated with Google Maps.
Google might do it for us, remember, so it does.
Yeah,
They're always way ahead of us.
we ought to talk to them folks about doing something like this. All right, anyhow, can we just...
And they probably will, because this is being created off of a Google map, so they can take the data and...
No, I actually don't.
Philadelphia East. On that stuff. Service connections kind of all. That's fantastic. We already have. Or is this something that's a program plan?
Yeah, and that's what all my questions today were for, was to try and get to that, and most of them were our original way of looking at it was that we created the trip map, then we were creating where ATS is within the FLMAs, and then we were going to where it is not in the FLMAs, and then we can put them all together. We don't have the data for where it is not in the FLMAs. We can get it, we can obtain it in different ways. It's going to take a long time and a lot of work to obtain that. So if we're going to instead pick a pilot area and do where ATS is in the FLMAs, which I have, and where it is without the FLMAs, it's going to add, again, more time because we don't have that other piece of data. So we can definitely do it that way. We just need you to tell us to refocus and go in that direction instead, if that's what you choose.
So let me ask this question. Is there a vision? There's a vision statement, and it's going to go to some sort of strategic plan. I hear that, or I didn't hear that.
No, we can. We can use this data to go through a strategic process. I don't know if, does TRIP have a vision goal?
I think that's what I get. Don't mean to trip up here. The lack of that vision statement, desired outcomes, and then I can defer my, I don't want to get angry. That's what I'm asking. What does that look like? What was that outcome? Then get this team to help us get. So I'm suggesting perhaps if you choose to go down that path, this is a great building block here, but at some point marry the two.
Yeah, the LRTPs, though, correct me if I'm wrong, other than Alaska, are NPS specific, where you're using other, involving other agencies, but it's agency specific. So are all of the agencies focusing on the Rocky Mountain area right now, or is it just National Park Service?
I have no resistance. Another option. Integrated trace. How to describe it. Us all. We have some. Exactly what I'm talking about. I'm learning for. I think you got the answer.
Yes, so we will, we'll take it back into consideration, take everything we heard today and try and pick a region, whether that be Rocky Mountain where they're doing their LRTP or Central California, we'll be in touch and we'll pick a section to start with, and I think we've got some good direction to go also, maybe Adam, for our next IWG meeting and some more discussion on this, so.
But I really want to capture what Noah said. Irrespective of the large or scale zone sort of thing, she's right on.
And that's where the discussion for the IWG meeting as well will be as well. I think your vision statement and the process and the grant will all be covered in IWG. Yes. Yep.
You're changing direction. So that your location
two remains to make familiar. And one that came out at the highest level of interest, the parallel to one that in your package, 2-page proposal for, oh, I'm not used to nobody hearing me. Okay. The 2 pages are back to back, let me point out. The front and back, it looks like this. And what we're trying, instead of doing a PowerPoint presentation about what's in this 2 pages, we're going to take until 25 after. I'm going to ask everybody to read, by that clock there, read what's on these 2 pages, and then we will discuss it. And then see if there's any changes, whether you think it's a good idea, you think it's a bad idea, the way we want to approach it, etc. And so. We had it just yesterday. We need to get. For the people on the phone, we have to apologize. I don't think you got a copy of this, and we'll try to get it to you right now. This pretty much describes it. For those of you who are on the webinar, the material is in the handout now, the handout section of the webinar materials. And it's being put up for you. Has everybody had a chance to read through this? Okay. What I thought we'd do is we'd go through it section by section and I'd get some feedback. But somebody suggested I describe the existing Park Service Transportation Scholar Program if there's not a familiarity with it. Is there anybody here who's not familiar with that program? It's been going on for about 15 years now, I would think. This year there are 5 scholars, and the TripTac is actually providing support to the program this year. We supported the training, we provided some funding for a scholar, and we're providing mentors to the scholars as well. So what we were hoping to do from that participation this year in the Park Service program was to learn from what they did before we went and proposed a program that would be built upon that. And I think it's been very useful because I for one, have learned a bit about what they do and how we can build on that and maybe even improve upon it. That's been traditionally a good portion of them have worked on alternative transportation. Yeah, North Cascade is really on the global warming issue and not on alternative climate change. Yeah. Yeah, and even some, well, we don't need to get into detail. There's a very big focus on alternative transportation by the scholars.
And then
No. In fact, they're independent contractors. And one of the things that we, in this proposal, are suggesting is that they not be independent contractors because they get no benefits as independent contractors. Well, the Scholar program has served as a very good stepping stone for people who participated to become federal employees. Just as an example, someone who you're all familiar with, Susan Law was a scholar. She's now works for Federal Highways in the Western Federal Lands. And there are other examples. I mean, I just can't bring them all, think of any of them right now. She's the one that comes to mind. But one of the goals of the program is to sort of get, of the Parks Scholars Program, is to perhaps get some of those scholars to join the Park Service as employees and work for them in the future. And there's, that's an unspoken goal. I think similarly that could be for this program as well, having for people after they've been introduced and have a little bit of networking within the public lands, they could possibly get a job that way. The only thing that troubles me about that name is that one of the major goals of it is to help the land management units solve an issue that they have. And if it's a workforce development, it doesn't really give you that. I'm not saying scholars is the right name. I'm just saying workforce development. I will go back to the question that was asked earlier. If you look at the program goals, number one of those goals is to encourage emerging transportation professionals to pursue employment, a career serving federal lands. So that is a very strong portion of this very first goal. And actually, one of the lessons that I learned from working with the Park Service program is that there's a very important role for mentors to these scholars. And I think one of the concerns that's happened in the past is that they've been sent out to locations and, you know, the park may have said, "Hey, you're my expert. Go figure out what to do." And you've got this person who just graduated with a degree, who has a lot of knowledge, but really doesn't have a lot of experience on how to pursue it. So one of the important parts of what we're proposing is a very strong mentor program that the TripTAC would serve, would provide a mentor to these folks. Well, that's not necessarily true. There was one who worked on the Alaska Long Range Plan. This year, the one who's working out in the Pacific Northwest has actually worked at multiple parks on different issues. And the one who's working in the Washington, D.C. area is actually working on 2 different projects, one for the first 6 months and then another for the second 6 months. They're all Park Service. That's one of the reasons we're suggesting this, is that this is a new proposal, so it would be across agencies, not just Park Service. Actually, if you look at the fourth goal, it's not only could they, but that is the focus. One of the focuses here is to encourage multi-agency participation. I want to go back under the program summary. Is there anything that anybody would like to comment on or suggest changed or anything like that? Yes. Sure. Michael and Guy, do you have any? Please chime in if you have any comments anywhere along the way here, or chat on the webinar. Not hearing anything there, we can come back to that. The next is the program goals, and I think I'll read them just so that we can see. The first goal, as we mentioned already, was to encourage emerging transportation professionals to pursue their career serving federal lands. The second is to provide much-needed transportation expertise to FLMA units and regions to help them address transportation issues they are facing. The third is to support development, implementation, evaluation of viable alternative transportation for visitors to land management areas. And the fourth is to encourage multi-agency alternative transportation programs that coordinate visitor transportation services across multiple land management units. Yes. As you all know, or most of you know, I go from goals to objectives to criteria. So there will be objectives that will come out of this, and then criteria for how we will select from that. Yeah. Thank you.
Way this is written. Culturally, there's I just think it would be successful to somebody. Hired by the court.
Good point. One of the, I'm actually serving as a mentor for two of the scholars, and for one of them, I'm actually working very closely with somebody from the Denver Service Center as a mentor as well. But I think you make a very good point, because as a transportation professional who's been trained, they probably know nothing about land management agencies, and there's a different vision, a different approach that land management agencies have to transportation than, say, an urban area might. So,
It goes the other way.
yes.
That's right.
So that's one of the roles that the TAC will serve, is to serve as that link between that, since we hopefully understand what you guys are trying to do as well as transportation. The current program, basically the management and control is by the Park Service person at the unit, and I think that would be the way that we would want it to be here as well. One of the reasons there's a couple of reasons we went to the model of the Montana State University employee. Number one is, one of the problems that we had this year was actually getting the money to the scholars from the TAC, and we had a lot of problems getting that, and if we had a program it would be even more difficult. And then the second was, as independent contractors, you're also asking these kids to figure out how they deal with being an independent contractor, submitting their Social Security. They have to pay their own Social Security. They have to do a lot of other things. Frankly, having had my own business for a number of years, I still struggle with some of those things. So I think this helps them quite a bit.
All four of these. It was unique.
Oh, on the contrary, as a matter of fact, the focus here is because the other land management agencies do not have a program like the Park Service program. Their real focus is towards those, although, we can't leave the Park Service out.
No, I understand. It's just
Well, that,
made it in flat.
no. At least one. It could be more than one.
I was concerned, but I think that.
Well, there's two, we actually very much thought about that. We had a long discussion about that. And there's two options. One option is instead of having 4 scholars for 6 months, we can have 2 scholars for a year. And that would take the same amount of funding, or maybe even a little bit less. Another option would be have more money such that the scholars could go for a longer period of time. For example, if FTA were to provide, say, half the funding, and then the land management agencies were to chip in for the other half in total, then there would be twice as much money, and each of those scholars could go for a year period. Okay. So, and in fact, even this year, the Park Service program has some scholars at 6 months and some scholars at a year, depending upon how much funding was available. Most of them are a year, but the one at Harper's Ferry, for example, is only 6 months. He's doing a good job. Yeah. Well, no, that's not true, but anyhow. A lot of the administration is coming out of the TRIPTAC budget. If I were to give you the amounts, first of all, there's $20,000 would be the direct, what they receive. Then there's all their overhead as far as Social Security, health insurance, other expenses related to employment, which actually the Park Scholar program does not have. Then there's the cost of the orientation and their travel, which is added into that. So that's the total cost of the scholars themselves, for the scholars themselves and for their training and for their travel, etc., is approximately $50,000 per scholar. That is supplemented for 6 months. That is supplemented by the cost to the budget of the TRIPTAC, which will pay for the mentors, for developing the orientation program, and for other elements related to administering it. It's a good estimate, yeah. I mean, I can't say off the top of my head exactly, but
Because I was thinking a lot of that could be done.
well, there's also the issue I think that you brought up about definition. Looking at this year's crop of scholars, which is ones I have the most familiarity with, I think that most of them are walking into a situation where it really isn't defined as to exactly what they're supposed to be doing. And that's one of the reasons that I feel the mentor is so important, is because that's the link to get them defined as to what to do. And yes, I think that period of orientation could be shortened. There is some of that to become used to, but and I think a year is it may not be twice as good as 6 months, it may be even 3 times as good as 6 months, but we have to live within the parameters that we have, and we can just start. I mean, remember, this is a pilot. We could go with just 2 scholars for a whole year, and that would work just as well.
It might be easier for us as scholars to a park that wasn't.
Yeah. Okay, we are running out of time. We are running out of time.
One suggestion, since you projects come in that look like
We could try that. I'm not. Let me think about that.
because otherwise you are going to be.
Yeah.
Yes, scholar.
So the only thing I would say about that, having been, I participated in the entire orientation this year, is it was very park-centric, National Park Service centric. If the Park Service is willing to be a little bit more flexible about that training, so it could be broader to the other agencies, I'm all for it. In fact, my thought is you need to have a place where you have access to all of representatives from every one of the agencies, and Denver is a good place for that because you've got it. I guess Washington's another place, but Denver is a good. I mean, I think that was my thought process. But my concern is the Park Service or the park program willing to modify itself, the orientation, such that it was more relevant to the other land management agencies? Because as it stands now, it probably is not. Yes. Something like that. And that didn't include the donated time. For example, Eric was there. I don't know if I did that. If Eric did that, and then there was my time, and I don't know who else's but was donated, but there was additional donated. Yes. Unfortunately, excuse me.
Question is related.
That's the plan right now, yes. Okay. Jenny keeps giving me the evil eye about time. And so, I want to just take 1 minute to have you focus on the proposed timeline at the end, in only 1 minute. We need, the first step is approval of this group for us to move forward, and then to work with FTA to get approval from them by November 1st. Because if we're going to do this in the coming year, there's a tight schedule here as to what we have to accomplish. So, very comparable. I think I may have copied this. Carol and Gates. What we're going to do is ask Eno, we're talking about doing is ask Eno to, when they're recruiting students for the Park Service program, they would recruit students. Yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly. No, they're actually, Park Service pays more, $5,000 a year, $5,000 6 months. Exactly, but it isn't the same, and that's why it is different. Yeah, we started with the Park Service funding. Well, I did meet with Barbara about this quite a bit.
Anyone have any objection?
And if you have any specific comments, please provide to me those comments via email. Okay, thank you.
Start lunch here. Adam, do you want to take 5 minutes and talk now, or do you want to? Well, yeah. I think there's only 4 people that haven't been here and don't know exactly what's going on with the evaluation. Laura, Steve, and then Michael and Guy are on the phone. So, okay, so I'm going to let Adam take like 5 minutes and just give a quick update and.
Review. We're anticipating having a briefing for the administrator to do a project selection in the next 2 weeks, at which point that list will be circulated to the other agencies for comment and concurrence, followed by a press release targeted for the end of October or November, and hopefully Federal Register and interagency agreements being finalized by the end of January. Any questions?
Can you give us a sense of?
Jamie had a bunch of tables available yesterday. I don't recall the exact number. I think Jim commented that the number of partner applications is continuing to grow as it has over the past couple of years. Park Service had the bulk of applications, so all views we looked at included those projects that had partnerships between the Park Service and the agency. Third project we double counted is the Fish and Wildlife Service and Parks. So all the ones where the Park Service was involved that very significant. Breakdown was generally some. I think 2. Fish at 5. Forest Service is not holding up a hand with a number of fingers extended, so I can't answer that question. 3-ish. Yeah.
I was just going to say, I know that the potato chip bags and everything are probably rattling in the webinar people's ears, so we may just take a break if the update is done, and I would say we've gotten a lot of requests for technical assistance with non-motorized too. All right, we're going to take a break for those on the webinar until 12:15 Eastern, so we'll not chew in your ears. Start it again. To have my little glass, ding, 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 ding. So this portion of the meeting is really interactive. We've got a few slides, but I'm not going to stand up here the whole time and just show you slides. So what we wanted to do during this portion of the meeting is really find out how we can move forward and improve and enhance our services to all of you, the FLMAs and also the partners that are here. So we've put down a few ideas of things that we think may be good things for us to move forward with, especially starting in year 3. But we want to hear your ideas and your reactions to these. So one of the things that we've found is crucial to our success and also has been fairly difficult to do, we've mentioned this a couple of times, is really getting down to the unit level and really getting the information out there that we're here and letting people know what we can do and how we can be of service and sort of getting that word of mouth going at the lower levels where they're on the ground trying to work on projects. So in promoting technical assistance and kind of raising awareness about the TripTAC, some of the things that we came up with as ideas to do are, obviously we talked about before, getting articles and news releases in your internal publications, which whenever we send things out or whenever we have a new case study published or something like that, we will make sure that you guys get that information, and if we can send it to someone in particular at your organizations other than yourselves to get it out, please let us know if you need it in a certain format, but we would love for you guys to help us get those kinds of things into your internal publications so they're coming from your organization and not from an outside agency. We do have a lot of people on our distribution list now, and it's, people are joining all the time. We have close to 700, I think, now, but obviously the open rates are pretty low. That's fairly typical for email distribution lists. We get maybe 20 to 30% opens on certain emails, so we don't really know how many people are actually opening it, reading it, looking at all the information, and I think it would be higher, obviously, if it comes through your internal avenues of getting the information out. Okay. I mean, to the UTCs or just to our, to the NPS? Right. Everybody, right. Right. A lot of the time, yes. Not, I mean, we don't always find out, but I try to remember to ask that question if somebody. Usually it's been word of mouth down through the channels. So from you guys down to the regional coordinators that we're talking to, and then units. But also we're starting to get a few more who have picked up on us from other sites. So the FTA site occasionally. Something from Federal Lands Highway maybe. So some of the partners have started contacting us because they've heard about us from other avenues, maybe another website or, yeah. So you mean like the case studies or things like? Thank you. I know if you do transit in parks, we come up toward the top. Think alternative transportation, federal lands, maybe those kinds of things. I mean, our IT folks have done some work in trying to make sure that we come up high on the list, but we haven't gone to great lengths to do that. But we'll check because I'm not sure on all the different keywords where we're popping up. Jack. Oh, Betsy.
I think I am. I for one would.
And we've talked to pretty much all your state folks on a fairly regular basis. Of course, during the summer, we always hear, gosh, we're really busy. Call back. But yeah, okay. Right, where it comes from.
Where it's coming from.
Yep. Yeah, and we can get that.
And
Yeah. Yeah, we have Google.
The links we have on our
So another thing we had discussed at a previous meeting, and I think, Laura, you might have been the one that brought it up, is to do the video, or anyway, to kind of show a little bit about the TAC, and then also, maybe it was Frank that mentioned it as well, about something that he could show at, say, a meeting that their group was having, where the TAC's not necessarily going to be present at the meeting, but where we could have maybe a minute or two video that just kind of tells a little bit about the TAC. Is that something that is useful? Because obviously producing a video takes time and some resources, and it's something we're considering. We could post it on our homepage, but it would also have some other uses. And anybody, what's your reaction to that? No, we can certainly get the information out there. The reason we haven't done it is because we knew that most of the agencies really weren't able to access it there. They're not really using Twitter or Facebook and things like that.
At least we're now able to see it. Big question for
Is anybody reading it? No, it's fine. Jump right in.
yeah.
Sometimes meeting. And that is where
I would question, if you don't mind, how often do you have to do it to get people to stay engaged? Like if we did it once a week or once every 2 weeks, are people just going to go, not hearing from them, so, forget about it? Like, do you have to do it every day, every other day?
we have
Your average professional, would be honest. It's a tough job.
Which one was that? Okay.
That's what I'm scared of.
that's really helped.
Thank you.
Similarly,
Thanks. I probably need to move on a little bit here. A couple of the other things we had heard We're piggybacking on existing events, which I think we're still not hearing about everything. I know there have been a few events maybe that have gone on and, you know, we haven't known until it's kind of too late to get involved. I don't know if we should start bugging you guys with an email every, you know, few weeks and say, hey, is there anything coming up that we should know about? Or, okay. So write down that he said we could do that. No. And is that the regional forums, from our experience so far, just us doing regional forums on our own has really not generated a whole lot of in-person attendance. So what we were hearing is that if we piggyback on other events and either get on the agenda at those events or maybe even hold sort of a side event on the last day or an afternoon or something, that might be the way to go. Is that something you would recommend still? And then another thing which Jamie had already mentioned is to have a map of where we're actually doing technical assistance. So whenever we get calls, we're logging it into a system. No, we don't have it yet. We don't have a map of where we're providing technical assistance, but it's something that we want to work on. Now, we haven't figured out yet, you know, we've looked at all these different logos for different types of service and different FLMAs. I don't know what we would use for technical assistance, and I'm not sure how we would pinpoint it, because we get a call, say, from a partner, and they say, like Durango, we've got Forest Service land, we've got BLM land, and we want to look at how we might connect everything. Well, how do we put that point on a map? I'm not sure, but it's something that's in discussion, and does that seem like something that would be useful for not only you guys to see where we're doing technical assistance, but to help spread the word to other units that are looking at our website for the first time, for example, oh, what are they doing already? What other places are working on projects? That sound like a useful idea? That aren't connected at all? Not really. I've had just maybe a couple of calls from, usually it happens after we attend a conference or like the American Trails Association. People are like, ooh, money for trails? And, you know, we say federal lands, it has to be connected to federal lands. And every once in a while we get an inquiry and they're really not connecting. But if they can find a way to connect, then we say, talk to the unit. We can help you talk to the unit. We can find out who for you to talk to see if that might go anywhere. But okay, I'm going to move on unless you have other ideas along those lines right now. So another thing is training, and we just kind of wanted to walk through some of the ideas we have for trainings and see if, you know, which ones are the high priority ones in your minds right now. Over year 3, we are looking at doing probably 3 to 4 more training webinars similar to what we've been doing. Some of the topics are data collection and analysis. That would come after we develop the data collection method and maybe do the demonstration project that we have talked about before and will come up again later. Indicators and standards, which is something that Bob Manning at University of Vermont is working on, doing a best practice manual right now, and so that would come as part of his research. Vehicle procurement, which we've talked about before, and we plan to bring back to this group as a topic. We're still trying to gather some information about that, so it may or may not go forward as a training, but that's one topic that we're looking at. And then our other 2 modules in our initial 10 modules that we had developed from the needs analysis, the other 2 that won't have been developed so far will be Module 5, which is formulate and evaluate alternatives and final project selection, and 10 on project implementation, methods of operation, and monitoring. There are 2 other modules that were identified in the needs assessment. One was NEPA, and another was design, construction, and engineering. And I think, if I recall correctly, we heard that both of those were not really needed because there are already trainings available on those topics. If that's not the case, we can move forward with those. But out of these topics, does anything jump out at you as being a really hot topic that's needed, or is there anything that you see that you're like, no, why would you do a training on that? Any other comments on these topics? Well, what we were trying to do along those lines is try to gather some information on exactly what the status is, because there were different opinions in here about exactly what regulations were supposed to be followed and what the guidelines were. So we've been trying to gather some information, and we do plan to present that at the next peer group meeting and just say, okay, here's what we found out about really what's out there. Now, do we need to change it, or do we just need to let people know, or exactly where we need to go with it? That's our plan. On those? Right. And this was basically just kind of similar to piggybacking on other events, whether we might conduct trainings in cooperation with other events, if that's something that would be feasible to do, or is it more feasible for us just to have the webinar trainings and that's how we do our trainings? Or should we look at maybe doing smaller on-site trainings along with maybe regional meetings or state meetings or something along those lines. I put some up there. I probably didn't get the abbreviations right because I really don't know what they stand for. RIVSTAT, okay. Okay. So, do you think that trainings would be useful to have in conjunction with meetings, or should we stick with the webinars and not offer on-site trainings for now? Is there any sense? All right. Developing tools and resources is another way that we can sort of accelerate knowledge transfer and transportation understanding. So the things that we've come up with as ideas for doing this are to continue identifying the existing ATS systems that are out there, proximity to FLMA units, and expand the database and map. We kind of had this discussion this morning, so I think we heard where you wanted to go with that in terms of starting with a pilot area and trying to incorporate that information into the S map that Jamie's developing right now. The online planning toolbox, that's something that we had set up for this year, but then it got postponed because of our work plan change due to the business models research and the evaluation project. So it's something that we're looking at doing again next year, and we do keep hearing that units need help with planning, you know, what the processes are, maybe kind of checklists to go through. Is this something that's high priority? And what our idea was in doing this year, when we talked about it before, was updating the transportation toolkit for federal land managers. It's on law. Steve, do you have a comment? Oh, okay. Anybody have any feedback on the planning toolkit? We keep hearing that planning, regional planning is something that's needed and a focus. So it'd be something online that people could go to and kind of click through. So it'd be updating that information and then incorporating more elements to it.
It is already online.
Well, and that's kind of the question. I mean, it is fairly basic. It's for people who are not transportation planners because it's fairly basic information. And obviously, what we could offer online as something like this is not going to be really in-depth, detailed planning assistance. But is it useful to have something like that for people who are not really familiar with the process and need to learn the basics of how to start their planning? Or is the one-on-one assistance and the liaisons and that kind of thing, is that just way above? I mean, should we spend our resources on this is the question. You guys feel like it's going to be...
Those for people. Don't pick up a phone.
they go to it's a no. I don't know what you guys are saying. I think that there's a real need. It's challenges. Is on with what you said. I think there's people out there that do within the agency.
So maybe even something on our website that's like a kind of basic checklist, and for more information, call us, or for more help, call us. I mean, would that be something that's more useful than spending a lot of time developing a decision support tool? Right.
I think people will use it.
Phil?
I hate them, love them, but
I hate 'em, love 'em.
it helps them see where they.
Right.
Getting the endpoint.
Right, yeah.
Here's the problem, as I see it. We have done. Okay, successful. But we don't get a lot of them. I found this one not getting. Item where it said, how do we get the word out about it? It's not. We'll be very pleased on behalf of that.
Thank you.
We can do that.
Right. Thank you. Yeah. Other than our grant writing webinar, you're talking about maybe like something that comes prior to that to start thinking about it, or?
Who tried to reach out to me?
So,
But our webinars
yeah.
are definitely.
And, oh, for implementation. Okay. Catch that.
No, I
One for planning, one for implementation. 2 different webinars.
Just want to be careful though, this is. There are sessions. What do you say? Overall, this will be hard.
Right. Well, and what we did at the last peer group meeting was give you guys all a list of the unsuccessful applicants from previous years and say, hey, can you go through and look at these and tell us which ones we should contact to help and which ones you just feel like they're not valid projects. And we did get some responses back, not everybody, but I think we should go through that process again and only target that webinar to the ones that you guys feel like these could be viable projects if you guys provided assistance to them. But thank you. That's it. Alan?
As far as Forest Service regional contact,
Right.
they may
Not contacting us. We're trying to get around to contacting all of them individually on a fairly regular basis, but
asking questions about the regions. Information recruiting, so in the past, with Lloyd and Ellen, providing instruction. Give them the freedom of this contact. That's how they see it.
yeah. So I was just saying, well, we have been contacting the regional folks, but we can't, we're not supposed to go to the units. That was the direction we had received. You know, don't talk to a unit until you talk to the region. And unfortunately, while I know the regional folks are, and part of the problem is we go to the region and a lot of times they say, well, I don't really think anybody needs help. But then if you do get a unit that calls you, sometimes they say, we didn't know about you and we really wanted to know about you and how can you help us? So there are some disconnects. Right. Okay, we will. Yep. All right.
Yeah, I like the engineers and recreation people are more, but
Actually, I attended one of the region conferences as well because they had contacted me a while back in Montana when they had one. And some of the engineers were like, wow, you know, just really excited to hear about the program and interested in doing things. Unfortunately, some of them were snowmobile, you know, they want snowmobile trails to qualify for funding. I mean, you know, that's what they were interested in. But so I think it's helpful, though, in getting the word out to go to different.
yeah, I don't know what the reason. That'll be a usually.
Do your recreation meetings just like that?
There's a lot of fewer now. Going back to one of the, really, if there's regional meetings, I'd like to know about it.
I would go, and Jamie would go.
I-
Yeah, we'll start bugging you guys a little bit more about that. Okay, so I know we need to move on. Researching ATS promotion strategies abroad, and I'm going to let Steve say a little bit about this. Researching ATS promotion strategies abroad. Okay. Yeah, and there's some related items under the next, in the slides out with promoting strategies. So maybe we should come back to that when we get to the part about marketing. Would that be good? The promotion strategy? Okay. So the geodatabase of existing ATFs on federal lands and surrounding areas, again, is what we were discussing earlier about the mapping and having the geodatabase. And it sounds like that's something that you all feel is useful and going to be useful to have that in a geodatabase so that you can visually see where ATFs exist, and forward with that per the conversation earlier. So unless anybody has more comments about that right now, we'll go to this. A planning guide for bicycling. Bill, did you want to talk about that? That's something that came up.
Yeah, it came up like. Sort of generated thought is, do we need a planning guide?
Yes, each agency.
Or instead of policy oriented, process oriented. What to do with.
Yeah, that Rebecca did.
This is doing for myself. Similar to the process that we do it for the key months because there wasn't.
So there's lukewarm reaction there.
Yes, I get But see,
Okay.
let me just say this, because this is about all these things. We really do need some kind of, yeah, do that. Like the last meeting, we said, yes, go to the scholar. Don't be lukewarm, tell us what crazy.
Well, you know what? Maybe it is, but
Jim sends it back about 30 pages of comments. And the reason he sends all those comments is he thought he was getting a planning hearing. Best practices, or no?
Promise.
Good practices. You don't have to respond to all. I've already started responding. 60 pages to respond to it. You want me to just like the guy?
Basically,
That's
that's,
30 for the next year.
all right, guys, one conversation at a time. And the one.
Like
Planning.
Like planning. The other thing with all of these bullet points.
Yeah, and we are getting kind of short on time, and I have a few more slides to get through, so I'm going to try to step through these fairly quickly and get some feedback here on what you think. So the Phase 2 performance measures and project evaluation task, I put that in bold because I think that's probably a pretty certain thing that is something we need to do. I don't know if Adam or Phil or Steve, Jamie wants to comment about what Phase 2 is exactly. So I think that one's pretty necessary for us to get something useful out of it. So unless I hear otherwise, that's one that will be on our year 3 work plan. An economic impact analysis of existing ATS. That's something we've heard from a couple of different places. Nathan brought it up at the last peer group meeting as something that he thought would be very useful. And we've also heard it actually from one of our clients, gentleman at Yards out in the Yosemite area. They've been getting some pushback, I guess, from a lot of business owners and stakeholders and communities feeling like if an ATS comes in, a transit service or something, that it's going to actually detract from their businesses. And so, we've had this request from him and ideas from Nathan that maybe an impact analysis on ATS that exists in certain areas is something that would be really useful for other places to use as a model and kind of help them make their case.
But these,
Giving people like sound bites.
Where they just. Especially
In terms of
Here's Jimmy's presentation. I still don't understand.
But the studies that bicycle travel.
Thanks. Yeah. So I'm going to move on, but I'm actually going to skip the indicators and standards manual because I think we heard before about that it's probably not a high priority item for right now. Online database of transportation planning and engineering firms. You guys, we talked about this really briefly at the last peer group meeting. It would just be sort of a collection of consulting firms and others providing, when they provide us with their information, we provide that on our website or in a format that people could access it. I think we had a question about whether that could get us in trouble with those who do not have their, don't know about us, haven't sent us their information, and whether they might start screaming and yelling and saying, well, why didn't I, why wasn't I on this list? I don't know if there's any reaction from either Adam or anybody else about that in terms of whether it's something we should be providing or just let the units find their own consultants and not get involved. Right. Right. I've had like 2 questions, so it's not been a lot, from people saying, well, can you guys recommend who I should send my RFP to? We're getting ready to do a project. Do you have anybody that you think I should send it to? Did I provide names or say, sorry, I don't know anybody? Be a better way of doing it. Okay. It's not important enough that we should put ourselves out there for, okay. Collecting sample ATS project scopes of work and RFPs. This is another one that's kind of come up. We've talked about it before. It seems like something that people are interested in, having some examples. I've gotten the question a few times at the help desk. How do I write an RFP? Do you have any examples you can send me? What about a scope of work? Is there anybody else who's done this before that I can look at? It may also be a little bit of a touchy subject. I don't know if people will want to give up their scopes or RFPs. It's pretty much public information. And the other question is, let's say one of the TAC team members wanted to, some of them will bid on projects that are related to alternative transportation. If we start collecting these, even though they're publicly available, is that...
Yeah, I think so.
Right. Right. Yeah, yeah. That would be collecting like contracts and cooperative agreements and things. Just, right.
The thing is to be careful about. I ended up helping. Agencies, but it turned out it wasn't exactly what they really needed to do, but they was.
Right. So, but it sounds like this would be something good to add to our resource library then, is kind of a collection of scopes and our. The, yeah. Okay, so thank you on the, it sounds like that one's a good one to go after. The next thing on our list is the case studies, which we bring up pretty much every time. So one of the ones we've heard about several times is the Arts in Yosemite in that area doing a case study on their regional planning and collaboration. That's something that we planned for year 2, and then we postponed some of the case studies when we rearranged our work plan. So, I mean, I keep hearing about regional planning being something that's very high on the priority list. So this is one that we think is probably a good one to move forward with in year 3. If anyone thinks differently, then.
Certainly.
Yes. And actually, this topic partly came out of some assistance that we're doing. Rob Gregg with Cutter is working with Yarts and Yosemite and some forest people and a lot of different stakeholders. They actually want to do a sort of a regional summit, and we're kind of helping with that. And then we hoped this case study would come out of that process. And I don't know if Rob's had a chance to talk to you yet. I think he's been trying to get in touch with you, but if you guys can hook up, he can tell you a little bit more about who's involved in the process and what they've been doing. So right. Yeah, it'd be good to get that information. Right.
Yeah, we can leave it up there, just know that it's probably going to be cold with this.
Well, and that's the question. Do we?
We're operating on multiple scales. So, what difference does it make?
Well, and it's not like there's going to be an end to the process and then we do the case study. It's an evolving process, and I think the case study should be on, this is how they started this, and then they decided to have this summit and bring everyone together, and now it's moving forward. So the case study is almost like, here's how this group got started on their regional system and thinking regionally. The case study is not a, this is what happened and now it's done. It's a, this is how it started and sort of an example of how places can move forward with regional thinking and planning. And this summit, I don't know when it's going to take place anyway, so this case study is probably going to happen later in year 3, but right. And I mean, we've heard from the initial products that we did put out, I think that they they were somewhat useful. We probably haven't done as great a job at marketing them as we could possibly do. And, you know, Jim mentioned that the products, like the case studies, are valuable for helping, you know, let people know that we're here and what kind of assistance we can provide. So, yeah, the question is the information useful? I mean, if someone reads that, then they...
Need one for the crowd.
It does take a while. So, yes. And, well, part of the question, the rest of the question is, of these other topics, are there others that, of these or anything else that you've got on your mind that we should think about doing for case studies? So we have transit and parks and health initiatives. That's something Nathan has brought up in the past, sort of doing a systematic overview of how transit and parks integrates and has helped further the goals of, you know, things like Let's Move Outside, America's Great Outdoors, CDC, the, you know, HUD, all those health initiatives that are happening. Operations and maintenance, that came up at a couple of meetings ago, I think, with operations and maintenance, and what was I thinking? No, the Santa Ana was mentioned as a possible location to look at. Then access for inner city kids to parks and public lands, kind of along the lines of what you were mentioning, Trini, but specifically focusing on that. How do you get inner city kids and adults maybe to parks and public lands? Right, without a car. Long-range transportation plans. And then we had some other ideas here, like Cuyahoga's Bike Aboard program, C&O Canal, Capitol Crescent Trail, Grand Canyon Visitor Access. I just pulled these ideas out of what was mentioned at the March peer group meeting. Actually, some of these things came out as potentially good case study material. So, are there... And that, I would think that, I mean, obviously a case study on that probably wouldn't happen until some of the plans are completed, and then is, okay. Bay Area Conservancy Transit to Trails, I think Nathan probably mentioned that one, but Trails Forever, and it's Golden Gate. Right. Okay. Okay. Right. Yes, Trini.
So would it be within the case study section? That's not case study, but so when do we get that in a work plan as a separate? Need to get broken record here. Regards to evolve
Right.
to overall geography, holdings. So I don't.
Right. Well, and that's a great question in terms of what's the what would be the product? Where do we start with that? I mean, probably not a case study. It's possibly one-on-one assistance, and
Well, he's
then,
looking for strategic.
Up to drive. You have
Right.
visions. That I'm just talking about.
yeah, and I think actually the topic is going to fall well under our next category of slides, so we may want to revisit it, the extension of staff. Anything else on these topics or others that you think would be good case study products? Okay. What I'm going to do, we're running over a little bit, but we're going to continue this because it kind of falls into the year 3 work plan also. Let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll go through the last couple of slides and our year 3 work. Thank you. Well, right. There were some that did. I mean, I wouldn't say it was a huge number, but every conference we go to, I mean, I feel like it's helping get the word out that we're there. And interestingly enough, I mean, I think the partners have been as interested as any of the agency folks, and if they get excited about the program and then start working with their federal land, I think that's one avenue we definitely want to pursue and where we'll get some feedback. But yeah, the NLCS symposium was a good place for us to go. I think your TTMT meeting where we met all the state folks and they now sort of know who we are, that was a really good thing for us to participate in. Right. He's talking to you guys. Don't look at me. Steve. Great minds. So, so, and Alan, Trini, Betsy, do you guys have any specific ideas for Forest Service? So the ATS evaluations, back to that first point that I made, does that sound like something that would be useful? We had it in our work plan, I think, starting this year, but then it got postponed until year 3. But is that something that you feel like would be valuable for? Yeah, I think the plan was essentially to go to develop a process to analyze existing ATS services and determine actions to improve them, comparable to transit development plans, test the process at 2 to 5 locations. Yeah, that's what we had initially thought about doing. Right, and that, yeah, and it does kind of follow along those.
Yeah.
All right, so another thing I have on here is conducting phase 2 of the business models research, because that seemed like it was something that was going to be valuable. Again, it was split into a couple of phases because of timing and everything, and obviously things have gotten a little delayed because of, trying to gather information right now. Okay.
I'm going to tell you no, I'm not going.
So, the two bottom bullet points on this slide kind of go back to what Steve was talking about earlier with the sort of researching how some foreign models of connecting to ATS. So we were thinking about a demonstration project to promote existing ATS, just kind of not marketing, because I think that term maybe has some different connotations, but promoting ATS to the public and to the users. Another thing would be to sort of tweak that a little bit and really do a demo project on the broader topic of a car-free experience. So not just trying to promote, say there's a shuttle here, but actually the whole experience of car-free, getting to your destination and back. Right.
I think it's a great idea. I hope you can do it.
They received $1 million.
We talked about the website. Great. Demonstration.
Right.
Because somebody suggested maybe Google. Get that to Google and say, how do we do free on this? Sit down. Don't listen like that.
Yeah.
What is it in the cycle doing that? You're shutting down.
Yeah. City streets. Yeah.
Is the share with
Right.
so that is obvious and
Okay, so we're almost at the last slide, and this bullet point here is something we've discussed before, and I'm going to bring it back up. Data collection. We did hear earlier that you would like that the training was a good idea, so I'm assuming that figuring out this process of a data collection, providing a data collection process, and then demonstrating that process at a couple of different units is something that we should try to pursue in year 3. There are some locations here where we had heard before might be good areas where data needs to be collected. So I put those up there, but we want to hear your feedback on just going forward with this and trying to help units figure out how to collect data, what type of data collect, and then actually helping a few units collect some data, and then if these are locations where that might take place. Yes.
You've actually started.
Right. Yes. Right.
For example, more than just but it goes to the
Okay. Any other areas that? Right. Yeah, because that's in that transit planning guide as a case study, right? Any other places that you guys want to throw out there right now, or? Okay. Any other ideas for extension of staff and helping to clarify that word of, yes, we need help? Anything else that's coming to mind now that your blood's flowing and...
Well, don't let him leave until he's signed. Not related to data specifically, we'll kick in and we'll start thinking about something.
Last slide. This is sort of a final little thought here. America's Byways Resource Center, some of you are real familiar with them. Their funding is being cut, or has been cut essentially. They're looking at having to shut their doors middle of next year. I went to the Byways conference last week, or maybe it was week before last, in Minneapolis. They have done a great job, it seems to me, of providing technical assistance to their byways, so many of which run through federal lands or connect with federal lands. There were a lot of federal lands folks there. We were very supportive of the Byways Center, as well as just the program in general. If they do end up having to shut their doors, I just wanted to ask, from your perspective, if there are any ideas of what we could do to kind of help fill that gap. You know, obviously we've already got some of their trainings on our website, some of their resources. Are there other things? I mean, I don't know if this is something that you guys are really involved in or not, but we would like to maybe try to fill that gap a little bit where it's appropriate for us to. Because obviously some of their issues are transportation related, and a lot of them are very interested in putting in alternative transportation systems along the byways, particularly where they connect to federal lands and the communities in the area. So any just particular thoughts on that?
Well, my hope at some point, as we spatially explicit, that there's got to be this, that factor in the same byways, because At some point, I would think that that is some congruence with some of our best scenic highways and some of these places that we're trying to promote transit, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody's got to be looking at that. Certainly in California, certainly I'm trying to cause what I call convergence. Scenic byways, trip planning, as well as another piece called geotourism. I don't know whether you're familiar with geotourism, but those are three complementary programs that I think we need to somehow knit together. So I think you're right on.
Okay. And Jenny, I think there's a lot to talk about with bikers and scenic byways too, like you were mentioning, so. Okay.
Well, asking them what projects that they had, getting that list as a start.
We don't have a list yet. We're starting to work with them. I mean, you know, they're looking at what their options are for going forward, so.
Yeah, I can't. Say that again. Well, these bylaws have coordination plans, so I would assume that within those plans, you've got some description.
I don't know.
Scenic byways, for the most part, are designed.
Right.
Maybe there's a flexible.
No, but toward the end, we started to get into this whole multi-modal
Right.
concept.
Yeah.
It's been within the past 5 years, we started promoting multi-modal.
Right. Well, yeah, just, you know, bike byways is a great example.
Right.
Where you can work together because it's all. I have a hard time trying to think of. There are certain things that we can do. Way off.
Well, there are a lot of people who came up and were interested. So I think, like Trini said, they're starting to think along those lines, but I'm sure it's limited. Okay, so anything else, and I'm going to shut this part down, and you can sit back down unless there's some other ideas. Yeah. Jack's still up.
Because it's almost started, I think she should.
No,
All right, so we did go over. Yay! All right, the year 3 work plan we'll go through pretty quickly because all this conversation was really about our year 3 work plan and what additional items we should consider including on there. You guys have a copy. You guys have a copy of the year 3 work plan. These are pretty much items that we think are fairly well established and confirmed for our work plan for next year. But I just wanted you guys to kind of look over them and see if anything jumps out that you have a question about or if you don't think is valuable to you. So like Adam was saying, if there are things that we're doing that we're considering kind of our core products and services that you don't feel are really giving you enough return on investment, then we want to know that. And that's what this page is really about. So you'll see kind of the core products on this page. And I'm just going to let you look over it for a minute. And yeah, and I don't, because we haven't really done a budget for that.
Five has been about
8 to 10%. 140%. So any comments on this, on these items that are on our work plan? Anything that shouldn't be on there? Anything that we haven't talked about that should be on there? Okay. So as much as we can afford. No.
One big question.
Right. And is task 3 or like the planning assistance, is that kind of where it falls?
It could be under. Basically, it's pursuing this part three.
Okay. So if there's no other comments on that, we have 25 minutes left. Are there any hot burning topics that anyone, we don't really have time to do the roundtable. So if there's anything that you guys haven't talked about already over the last 3 days, or Laura, if you have things that you want to bring to the group's attention about anything that's going on. We lost Michael, and I don't know if the guy's still on there, but if there's anything that people want to share that hasn't been shared already, this is the time to do that. Okay. Good one. So, I guess in wrapping up, I wanted to just tell you a couple things that are coming up on our schedule. We have a regional forum and training kind of as a combination on environmental best practices for transit really on and around federal lands. We'll be doing that at the Volpe Center on October 26th. For the Northeast region, but we are doing a webinar, so anyone will be able to participate. We will record it. And our team members at the University of Vermont Extension Center are providing that information. They've done a lot of research on best practices, best environmental practices with transit. They've worked with a lot of private transit partners already, and they're looking at eco-labels and how that's sort of a certification process might be useful for federal lands in promoting green practices. So that's what that'll be about. We also have a wildlife protection and transportation training on November 1st. That will be a webinar. WTI is the one leading that up, our road ecology group. So they'll be talking about wildlife interactions and just a little bit about wildlife interactivity with transportation and how to protect that resource on November 1st again. And then the last thing, our last training for the year is going to be a bus ferry model that Volpe is doing, and I think it's December 8th, is that right? It's around the 1st of December. The date will come out later, but it's either the 5th or the 8th, something like that. So those are the last 3 trainings we have set up for this year, and of course we'd love for y'all to participate. We'll be sending out notices. In fact, I think the first save the date notice for the regional forum just went out today or yesterday, so you should all have that. And that's something that we'd love for you to pass along in your internal publications too. I don't know if you want me to send it to you in a different format than comes out in our distribution list email, let me know. Otherwise, I mean, you could probably cut and paste from that email, or you could forward it to your distribution list, but if you need just text, I can send that to you, so you can include it in your internal publications. That's all I've got. Is there Steve or Phil or Jamie, do you guys have anything else, or anybody? I guess I should ask if you felt like this meeting coming after the TRC meeting was this a better thing to do? I know some people really wanted to have it right now because you were all going to be here and didn't have to participate on the webinar. So you're not just completely wiped out after? Okay. Right. Okay. Right. Well, Steve, but that was only because he was on vacation.
Said that earlier.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, CTAA.
I think you.
Yeah. How about Montana? Noted. Next meeting in Colorado.
Like earlier, maybe you do it for your place like.
Yes. Well, thank you all again. Thank you for your participation.